AAA game industry, their business model is that people are retarded. And they hope that if people are dumb enough, that maybe they can make money off of them. That's what it's all about.
Realize how far their actions and their words travel. Every cash out and every crash out is costing them. It's costing them dearly. So today what I want to do is I want to give a lesson on brand economics. As a fan, Randy, we're going to talk about how your brand influences your financial performance and ultimately your future. Because Borderlands 4 is not the kind of game that I would just assume everybody's going to buy, regardless of how much money they have or how big of a fan they are. Or better yet, used to be. With both Nintendo and Xbox increasing their prices up to $80, it's expected that other publishers will fall in line soon. And most players are already wondering which games are going to be the next ones to make the jump.
Here's the problem, is that a lot of these games, like, they're just not worth $70 or $80. That's the big issue, is that Randy's right, but Randy's not making Elden Ring. You're not making Baldur's Gate 3. You're making another looter shooter.
Person executives have already weighed in on the topic, and in a surprising twist, EA CEO Andrew Wilson had already stated that they have no plans to raise their prices at this time, regardless of...
Well, yeah, because you have a million fucking microtransactions and you're farming 5-year-olds with FIFA gambling. Oh, yeah, you don't need to raise the price.
Does.
What a surprise.
That statement alone tells you how volatile this topic has become. Players are becoming more price sensitive by the day, not just because of inflation, but because the price of games already went up less than 5 years ago, from $60 to $70 and now to $80. 2 points on a graph is a coincidence, but 3 is a trend. At this rate, people aren't worried about this price hike, they're more worried about the next one.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why when a fan reflects...
Yeah, it's like if games are going up this fast in price, who's to say in 5 years games won't be $120?
To Randy Pitchford on Twitter with a friendly warning,
it
resonated. He said, Randy, this game better not be $80. Don't take that risk. A lot of gamers aren't going to pay $80 and feed this notion of constant price increases. You're the CEO. You have some say when it comes to your publisher. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't aggressive. Just a reasonable concern from someone looking forward to Borderlands 4 and worried about the fact that it might cost too much. In response, Randy Pitchford delivered what might be the single worst way to answer a paying customer.
No, it's not. It's not even remotely close to the worst of it. There's, like, way more stupid ways of doing this. Yeah, we've seen way worse, okay, guys?
It's not my fault. And B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $8.
Certus Quartz. How have they changed it? Once upon a time I understood, but not right now. I'm pretty sure all of mods 9 is not going to be any different from 10. What is the best level to mine? No, not that. And they're telling you just to get the mystical agriculture seeds. Of course they would. Cluster. So that's probably the stage at which you mine it. Well, I'm glad I saw that because I was going to mine these ones. I presume they will grow if I do nothing. Instead of searching for Certus Quartz, I should have searched for... What's this? Flawed, flawless? I don't understand. Okay, so... Budding Certus Quartz. What are you going to tell me about that? If broken with a pickaxe enchanted with silk touch, they will not degrade unless they were flawless. Unless they were flawless. This means that flawless budding Certus quartz blocks cannot be picked up and moved with a pickaxe. Spatial storage. So, from what I gather, it's saying that these ones, chipped, flawed, chipped, flawed, chipped. The Certus quartz that touches these blocks will grow, and as it grows, these blocks will degrade and break down. Except for this guy. He'll always be good. If you have a silk touch pickaxe, you could take these other blocks home with you. And if you break them without a silk touch pickaxe, they'll lose one step of quality. Even this guy would lose. And if you hit him with a silk touch pickaxe, I presume that the result would be still. He would lose one level of quality. The only way to take him is something called spatial storage, which I think I can imagine what it's like, but I'd never have actually used that. But they were recommending on the website, Reddit, the Redditors were I've got that active. It was control click. I was doing some creative testing on another world, but I wasn't able to give myself items, and so I had to figure that out. So basically, if you want to cheat, you press control and click in order to give yourself something. This character has not cheated, well, other than giving myself experience when he dies, because I don't feel like losing the experience when he dies. But the other character, basically, the apotheosis towers that have the explosives inside of them, I was concerned. I found one on this world, and I was like, oh, well, the last time I did this, I got blown up. And so I was going to try and figure out how to safely disarm those towers. And it turned out that there's just like 4 blocks of TNT within the tower. I thought it was going to be something different where it'd be like, I imagined that the tower would spawn the TNT as you open the chest. So that's what I imagined it to be. And it was just a case of me not looking around and disarming the bomb. And since I was in a creative world, I was like, okay, well, what's the fastest way for me to roam around the map and get to a tower so that I could do the test? Because I was like, well, if I'm in a creative world, I can just quickly, I don't have to be concerned about the character dying if it turns out the tower does spawn TNT. Because my strategy was going to be I was going to dig up the space underneath the chest. And I was going to be like, oh, if the chest spawns TNT itself, then if you were to open up the chest, I would see where the TNT spawns and dig out a big hole underneath it so that as the TNT spawns, it would just drop down. That was what I was thinking in my head at the time. I was like, oh, okay, great. Obviously, the game don't work the way I was thinking of. Skystone. This, it probably just looks different because it's closer. Anyways, that was just something going through my head. I played for a little bit because I wanted to relax and watch videos. Chipped, you're probably not going to get very far. It still didn't tell me about, so these are all buds. Is there any increased value in just mining the partially grown ones versus the fully grown ones? Well, I'll let them grow as much as they can, and then we'll see. What else can I do for research right now or whatever? I've got that fucking guide. Maybe the guide could tell me more. Wouldn't be surprised if what I'm looking at on this website is a one-to-one copy of what I'm reading on the screen right now. Yeah, this seems like a carbon copy. Which mod is this? Applied Energistics. Alright. Maybe today's the day where we do things. You got one there. I always imagine that these things don't always exist there. That as time goes by, they appear. I wouldn't be... Well, if that's true, the guidebook would maybe tell me. So... Okay. Okay, so my first priority should be growth accelerator. I guess. I hope that you permit those things to be made easily. Growth Excel. Fluix blocks, Fluix ME glass, quartz glass. Quartz dust, probably just smash it in some way. When not fully grown, you gain dust, so I do need to destroy some of these. What if I do this? A fully grown cluster gives you 4 crystals. Fortune enchantment applies. I got fortune on this pickaxe. Has a chance to decay. What's this charged quartz shit? Sounds cool. Flawless, never decays. Powered crystal growth accelerator speed up. Well, I knew that. I was also interested in this. It used to be that you would find those and you would throw them in water with some other shit. You energize it, that I remember too. Lots to learn today. So you have a growth accelerator, Fluix block, Fluix crystal. I think I found those. Maybe I'm mistaken. Let's take a look at what crystal I do have and see if that's the thing that I'm wanting. No. Charged redstone, never quartz, that gets you those. Yeah, that's the same process. So you get a charger, you power it up, and then you can then throw the charged Certus quartz into the water. To get Fluix crystals. And with those Fluix crystals, the ME glass cable, the charger. How do I get the charger? So, applied and charger. Simple, I can already do that. Great. Alright, and I can also take a look at this, and maybe this will give me some more clues on what to do. Or maybe not. There it is. That's expensive. This is more reasonable. What are you going to tell me? Wrenches, da-da-da. Redstone. Cobblestone. Some wood. I'll take this as well, just in case. I wouldn't put those in there. I'd rather start up a new chest for applied energistics. If I'm correct, this might be one of those mods where you get a shitload of storage, since it was in the storage part of the... So this will be my applied energistics chest. Inscriber. Inscriber sounds like it probably uses those templates from before. So first, I think it was 2 pistons we needed. Probably can do it now. Yeah. So we have the 2 things. We can turn that quest in. I suppose I could make a meteorite compass. Oh, you take the charger and a compass. There is a possibility I might already have a compass. Yeah, I do. Power. I hope that this power works over here too. If it does, then I would like to have it like this. When it connects, you have... It looks to me like you have power. That's good. So one thing I don't have to do is find a power source. It was the compass. That's trippy. So like if you look on the bottom right of the screen, you'd think, okay, I have to turn this way and go that way. But if I look at the icon on the bottom of my screen, then it's not so clear. Well, that's not a meteor. It's very far away, wherever it's at. But it'd be nice to find some more. Alright, next up. Ideally, I would like to do my research close to this so that it can keep growing, because this chunk will not be loaded while I'm far away. Alright, so did that. That's worthless. Now we're at the step where they want us to mine for these. Where's the growth accelerator on this? Are they not going to try and point you in that direction? There, I have to get all the way over there, so you're telling me I have to get to here in order to get to there, in order to get to this. Well, Fluix crystals and the one they want are just 2 of those. That's not so complicated. And these quartz glass is just you mine the fucking thing and you combine it with glass. And this is probably the hardest part of, you've got Fluix crystals, I get that, no problem. Quartz fiber, so glass and dust, which you get from mining this shit. It doesn't really seem to me like I need to wait until I get to this step. Like, I mine the thing, I make the thing, I make a cable, I combine these things. Why would I need this? I don't think I need this. Because of the simple fact that, well, the power that my base was generating was compatible. Well, here we are looking at a meteorite, so, why is it that you're trying to point me off in some other direction? I'm going to take a guess and say that you track not the meteorite itself, but the block that's in the middle of the meteorite that I've already destroyed. So if I go with trying to figure out, like, if you look at the bottom of the screen right over fucking here, it looks like it's pointing straight, but if you look at it over here, it's pointing like that. So trying to figure out which way is the most direct pathway to what I want. The last time I did this, water became an issue. My approach is going to be that even though there are Certus Quartz seeds, because you can farm this without having to use whatever that mod is called, mystical agriculture, because you can do this without mystical agriculture, I'm not going to use mystical agriculture to farm these materials. It's a bit too cheaty in my opinion to use mystical agriculture. I used to do the creation of the Fluix crystals for some mod because I think it was like Tinker's Construct or something had some really powerful tools when you used some sort of compatibility mod where it's like, oh hey, we'll let you use applied energistics materials to make tools, and those tools were pretty fucking strong. So it'd be like, oh, hey, it's easy for me to get Fluix crystals. And so I'd make my tools out of that sometimes, depending on what stage of the game I was at. I tried to avoid water and there's water already here. It doesn't seem like it's caused me any problems though, necessarily. I wonder if you gain any benefits from mining a second one. Doesn't really seem like it to me. That's a large, it's not a cluster. Flawless in the middle. Flawless, too flawless. Because I don't know, there's too many ways to approach this. My hope was that I would come over here and find at least one cluster fully grown. And I also was thinking that I was going to bring a waystone with me, which I didn't. I did, fortunately. Alright. Certus 2. We'll head home and we'll make some more waystones. It's mostly about that. Obsidian might become a problem since I probably don't have it. Where was I? I was in that floating island, and I mined up a fuckload of obsidian over there. So, there's a good chance, yeah, that I've got a lot of obsidian already. Obsidian, waystones, that's what we're doing right now. So this thing, amethyst, pearls. The pearls will probably be the hardest part. So I can't imagine myself being able to make many, if any. 2. I can make a single one. But those pearls are kind of precious. Is there an alternative method of creating pearls? I imagine this process deals damage to the aura of the area. I'll put that over there. And cable. I have an idea. Maybe not. I was thinking about putting these devices below for whatever reason. Changed my mind. So we are in the middle of the night and we have the rolled tier difficulty activated, hoping to find some enemies. Purple enemy to my south. He looks kind of tall, so I figure he's an Enderman. I'd say our odds of success are kind of low. Where are you going? So he's above. Why is he being so stupid? If we're not careful, things can go worse. Okay, did I get a pearl? No. Protection, unbreaking, swim speed, no health, speed 3, that could be problematic. I could see a case where something hits me and now suddenly I'm moving a lot faster and that causes me to lose control. More armor. A slight loss of protection. Well, those boots give swim speed. So if I was to go with my swim speed setup again, which I already am, so these do stack. There is a blue nearby. Interesting. Very interesting. Speed buff. I want speed. Only issue is these pants. 5-2, so I'd lose 1 point of armor. I suppose I should try going for the thing I already know that can work. What enchantments do you have? Diable and fire protection. So how many of these do I have? It's not like I've played this file like I did the other. I only have 2. Pretty sure it's those that I need. Yeah. And the grave that I used to make was always this one. So white marble, bone meal, and stone with grave dust. Bone meal. Stone. And we just craft it together. And since I only have 2, it was 8 that I need. And so these become a game of patience. Eventually, a bolt of lightning will strike these, and a spirit will float around, and you can use that to extract enchantments from your gear. And with that, I'd be able to extract the enchantments off of this and apply them elsewhere. I guess I could do the same with this. Get the sharpness 5 looting unbreaking and apply it to a weapon I actually want to use. The alternative is I can upgrade this sword into a diamond sword. And I might even be able to re-roll until I get myself ancient knowledge. That's a possibility. Those enchantments are very nice though. So we'll keep it around until we have the enchantments. These gemstone chests are more like a relic of a bygone era of how the mod used to work. If I want to make more proper use, maybe I would limit it to being like, oh, if it's a color blue, so like take these two and put them in a chest, or something like that. And instead of that, I could throw artifacts into chests like that. So, swim speed increased by 41%. So we should go even faster now. Next up is, can I upgrade any of these? Okay, so next question would be, does speed also apply to swim speed? How would, I could try to measure it, but I don't really care. This is one of those towers. Okay. So I've already opened it. Probably just picked up the chests that were inside. Not the pictures off the walls. What better way to measure and prove that your test worked out than doing it again? Okay, so you come over here, you've got an axe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's be a bit overzealous. Let's go home. Diamonds. If I get 1 diamond out of this, that'd be nice. Yay! Emerald situation pretty fucking good. Not enough time in the day and not enough focus. I'm interested in nature's aura. I know that this area that my base is in has a high aura, but I would like to see about artificially making it bigger. I should not let the enemies spawn. It's pretty close. Oh, you're green. The speed buff makes it so that it's more difficult to gauge the distance. try to encourage them to spawn enemies by going away from home, getting chunks to generate more enemies. Alternatively, we could go over to those Certus locations and get the crystals growing at the same time as we're spawning enemies. He's a Vindicator. I think he hits hard. Well, considering my armor value, I would say, yeah, he does. A shovel with fortune, efficiency, unbreaking, made of iron. I can eventually upgrade it into diamond, experience gained. All of these things don't really seem all that useful. Converts to stone. Seems weird. There was a poll that I saw on YouTube recently, and the question was, what is the most annoying resource to manage in a video game? And it listed like things like mana, stamina, cooldowns, but the top comment with 24k likes was inventory management. Wasn't even one of the options for voting. Even the guy that posted it liked it. The original poster. Fuckload of armor. The enchantments are what makes that one nice. Magic damage might be good. I'm sure I'll find something better in the future. I don't have the willpower to clean up my inventory right now. Fuck me. Okay. Certus. I don't even... These things grow back too quickly. If this mod pack had Botania, I would use this horn that lets you harvest everything around you in an instant. But it doesn't have that mod. Just in case. Nope. That's too bad. It's called the Horn of the Wild. I like that. Well, the issue here is I didn't come over here at night and stand around and do nothing. What about something else? What can I do? How about these gravestones? I need a lot of them before something reliable will happen. So I guess we can go to the cave, the dungeon, and kill undead. Hoping for a drop. Here's what I'm gonna do. This location will be a dump chest area. I have no idea what I'm taking out of my inventory and shoving in here. I'm not throwing those away. Technically, what I could do is get a hopper, just place this down and let the chests dump it themselves. Okay, the iron backpack is fine. So I could do something like this. It don't matter. So everything must go. That's the chest, you fool. And I saw that I got some gold. Okay, so this one is done. Thought I saw something. Must have been this. Must have been I was shift clicking. So as I was going through, I saw that. Thinking about it, I'm suddenly realizing, even if it is a chance to reduce the quality of the Certus quartz budding block or whatnot, it might still be worthwhile to mine those blocks up, the ones that aren't flawless, and bring them home. Let them grow while I'm at home. So that way I can get progress of the mod. Eventually getting to the stage where I can take the blocks that are flawless back home with me. Nice. Immunity to slowness. That might be useful at some point in time. You're on the surface, aren't you? Too far away from me. 4.5. That's pretty good. The challenger has a rank of 3.5. 4.5. Okay. I can make steel that will stack rather than having one weird steel that won't stack with everything else that I have. stone, block of coal. Oh, one of these. I feel like getting a high level of load capacity on a belt is very simple. Surprisingly enough, those belts are weaker. This belt is weaker than other ones I've found. Big armor. Resistance, also nice. 12 seconds of it. No, not 12 seconds. You gain 5 seconds of resistance. It's got a 12-second cooldown. You gain 29 seconds of ancient knowledge. It's got a 20-second cooldown. It stacks. So, if you were to attack within those 9 seconds that it is off cooldown, you would gain ancient knowledge too, I guess? That sounds pretty awesome. I don't think it works like that because it sounds too nice. Interesting. used to be that I would come to these places quite often. My goal was to get to this floor because of the redstone blocks. There was this mod called Dank Null or something like that. And I like to upgrade those as well as these backpacks. And so I'd have a couple of those and a couple of the backpacks. The Dank Null would handle items that I didn't really want or something I would get too much of. And I would upgrade them with the redstone at this early, probably like the second night of the game. My goal would be, okay, we're getting here as fast as possible. Coal, I think you needed coal as well. I think emeralds were a part of the process. Sometimes I would actually take lava from this place and the obsidian and the blocks of coal. I don't really need them right now. I've just done it so many times I'm used to it. It irks me that I don't really need these materials. If I get into the create mod, then I get the crusher and I'll break these up into never wart, so that I don't have to go looking too hard in the nether for them. in case I can't seem to find him. All I need is one. With that many, I'm sure I'll succeed, so I can stop. Yep, sure as hell does suck. I finally made up my mind with regards to Night Rain, and the decision was that I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to buy it. I watched some reviews and I made up my mind that it just wasn't for me. And that was a tough decision on my part. It felt like it, at least. If I get myself some purple diamond leggings, I could probably throw this with them into a anvil, and we'll see what happens. I watched Ouroboros' more recent video. I also previously watched his older video too, I guess. And I got the conclusion that the thing that I was excited for, or the thing that I basically was like, okay, fine, since your game has this, I was gonna give it a chance. But, now he's basically saying that the thing that I was considering purchasing around wasn't all that. It's kind of pointless. So that was basically the deciding factor. Was the reason that I was gonna think that I could have fun with that game didn't really turn out to work out. Ultimately, my opinion was that I don't really like roguelike games. Less armor, more health, less sockets. Health is important, so neither one is the best. Nice. Not nice. Better. I re-rolled the wrong thing, didn't I? So I basically can't do anything with that. Unless I level it up. Better. Much better. Nice. If only I could get something like that onto this pickaxe. V plus experience gain. Well, really, the only thing that makes this pickaxe special is the fact that I enchanted it. So I could pull those enchantments off, upgrade this to diamond. I don't like the 3x2, since we already have the vein miner. I'd guess we're pretty close, if not already done. So you can salvage, even if it doesn't have an affix. Nice. What gives me more value? Crushing these. Okay, so if I take this 3 to 8, and if I smash it to pieces, 10% chance. So I say there's more value in this. But if I take these over there, nothing. This, nothing. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Negative 10% lifesteal. Interesting. Let's see where this video was leaving off.
$80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school, working minimum wage in an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach. And I found a way to make it happen. Right, because nothing says love for a franchise like quietly accepting predatory pricing and bending over at the cash register.
Well, it's also because back then there weren't a bunch of other games of really high quality. That's the other thing, is that whenever you're existing in a market that's really competitive, you have to do something in order to make yourself stand out. So there's two ways that you can make yourself stand out in video games. You either make a really good game or you make your game really cheap. You have Vampire Survivors or you have Elden Ring.
Imagine thinking that fandom is only defined by how much financial discomfort you're willing to endure.
Yeah.
This isn't just tone deaf. This is loyalty tax disguised as nostalgia. So let's break this down. A multimillionaire CEO in 2025 during an era of a housing crisis, inflation, and mass layoffs is telling players that if they really cared, they would just behave like he did in 1991 when a game still had a...
You just gotta go. You gotta understand that, brother. You go into the store and you ask to speak with a manager, and you gotta give him a firm handshake and give him your resume in person. That's how. So back in 1974, I got my first job doing that, and that's all you need to do. All right? Yep.
Physical resale value didn't have season passes, deluxe editions, microtransactions, or day one DLC. This is VR. This is financial cosplay. He's not relating to players. He is romanticizing economic struggles to justify an $80 video game. That game that he bought in 1991, it didn't come with the deluxe edition, 4 expansion passes, and a 6-month roadmap. You bought it, you played it, you were done with it. So that's not so different from what Borderlands 4 is going to be today.
Here's another component. College, housing, food, and other expenses back then were not rapidly increasing beyond the rate of inflation even at the same time that the amount of money you're making isn't going up at all. So the issue isn't that, so like here's a, like let's say this is, let me go back, this is your money, okay? So this is all of your money. Well, what's happened is that people have been eating into this money. And these circles that used to be this big are now this big. And so you have, for example, food, school, let me move this over, school, and then you have, let's see, a cell phone. And then let's go ahead, let's do another really big one, right? And let's see, this is obviously, rent, mortgage. Yeah, mortgage, yeah, this is T. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, and so like now, like the amount of money that people have has become like much more minimal. So the issue is disposable income because you didn't have all of these extra expenses. And the price, like for example, like you look at the price of tuition for college, and the price of tuition for college. This is the issue that a lot of people like. I think Randy doesn't really understand this because it's like a third order effect, and he's not part of this generation. But this is what happens to a lot of people that go to college is that they take out a tremendous amount of money in student loans. And the majority of people that play Borderlands 4 are millennials. These are going to be people within the ages of probably like, I don't know, like it's like 28 to like 40, right? And maybe 20 to 40. Let's say like this in this age group. These people are, they basically had to make a Faustian pact with the government and say that no matter what, I'm going to pay this ever-increasing amount of money back in order to attain this degree that's going to get me a rapidly decreasing in value job. And so this is what happens to these people. They're getting spawn camped. Yes, they are. And they've been groomed into this, right? They've been groomed into this by adults for their whole life. You can't blame a kid at 18 years old after they've spent 12 years in school being told if you don't go to college, you're going to be a loser. You can't blame a kid for taking that risk when they've been groomed into that decision ever since they could exist and even think for themselves. And so the big problem is that a lot of these new costs Randy might not really be aware of. Like I had a friend of mine, like for example, this is just a personal story, I'm sure. Tell me if you guys, this story either resonates with you or with a friend that you know. I had a friend that got a degree from UT, and he got a degree in theoretical physics. Well, it turns out that got him a theoretical job. So he had to go and get a real degree in mechanical engineering. And so after he got that real degree in mechanical engineering, he had over $100,000 in student loan debt. And like obviously, like you know, he now I mean I think he's paid all that back, right? And like keep in mind, like he was like a top 5%, top 1% person whenever we went to school. You know, like he was in like honor roll. He was like had like almost 4.0 GPA, very very smart. He's smart at some things. You know, like he was good at doing assignments at school. Okay, and he's a smart guy to be fair. And anyway, he's a nerd. He is my boy, right? I mean, we play Magic the Gathering together, and every day. We grew up together, and so like he made the money back, and like so like he's you know he's fine, but he's the minority, right? He is a hyper minority of people that was able to secure a six-figure engineering job that now, and also he works his fucking ass off. Like he has to wake up at like 5 in the morning or something like that. Like it's like 5 or 6 in the morning, and he doesn't get home until like 6 or 7. It's insane. And so this guy like yeah, he can make the money back. But think about how many people can do that. How many people do that, and they don't even have the money to pay off those student loans. So what Randy doesn't understand, sorry I'm going off on a big tangent here, is that nowadays you have so many people that are eating into the money that there's only crumbs left. And so you can't use 1991 logic anymore. This is not in 1991. I understand that inflation causes prices to go up, and I get that. But to say that it's tone deaf. The fact is that like whenever we're really old, we are going to lament the time when video games were only $100. One day that will happen, but it's happening too fast right now.
Yet exactly why the pricing conversation deserves a little bit more care. So no, Randy, your story about saving up while working at an ice cream parlor doesn't justify $80 digital video games. It makes you sound like the kind of guy who thinks eating ramen to afford loot boxes builds character. Victor is right about something.
Oh God, gotcha
Those
logic.
fans will find a way, just not the way that he's going to want them to. They'll wait for a sale, or they will skip it entirely. Some of them are just going to pirate it out of spite, and they'll do that guilt-free because, unlike Randy, they're not going to be assigning moral weight to the price tag. The best part of this is that other studios picked up on this sentiment. Devolver Digital fired off a surgical strike.
I wish that Devolver made games that I liked more because I love Devolver. I love their events. I think that like their vibe, like they're one of my favorite publishers. And I just wish they made more games that like that I would be like, oh my god, I really can't wait to play this.
Twitter saying that you're going to be able to buy MycoPunk for you and 3 of your friends for the price of 1 copy of Borderlands 4. MycoPunk, by the way, is a slick
problem that I think these people don't realize. Like, with Unreal Engine and the other types of advances in technology, these AAA studios are not creating anything special by having good graphics in them.
By the way, you can probably play that with friends for like 100 hours completely free. Pittsburgh, not wanting to take the L, retweeted Devolver Digital's post with this bizarre response. Punk is cheaper than 1 point of meth, probably has fewer side effects too. What does that even mean? And now this whole thing is just going to be remembered as 2025.
Well, what does that mean? That means that back in 1991, that wasn't all Randy was spending his money on. Yeah, I'd say that it wasn't just those Sega games, bro. Like, he spent his money on all kinds of different things.
Don't you guys have Bones moment? Or
Yeah.
maybe EA's, it's not gambling, it's a prize mechanic. Another one of those tone-deaf executives that are trying to make a point only to remind players when they stop trusting these people in the first place. Funny enough, before this happened, Pittsburgh actually addressed the pricing concerns at a recent Borderlands event. He had said that
I feel bad for Randy in a way, because Randy is right that he is in a place where his hands are tied because publishers generally decide the prices of video games. So he's put in a position where he effectively has to tank the decisions of another person. But I also am not sure like how much of this he's really pushing back on privately at all. Because obviously, like, you know, if I was publishing a game, theoretically, imagine if I published a video game, you know, and the developer wanted to price it at a lower price point, I would probably try to work with the developer and do something that they want. Especially if I'm trying to make a business relationship with this person that's going to last for 20 or 30 years.
no, if Borderlands 4 was going to follow Nintendo or Xbox's pricing,
Just smart.
reiterated that it wasn't his call, and then added on that this game's budget is more than double that of Borderlands 3. But he finished by saying that he believes in this game, that it's great, and that it will deliver at any price point. And honestly, it might, but that's not the issue anymore. The sad part is...
No, well, it's too much. It's just too much. $80 for a game is too much for something like this in a market that's too oversaturated. Sorry. I mean, if you want the truth, I mean, look at the first Descendant. I mean, the first Descendant, I think, in a lot of ways, has cleaner and better gameplay than it looks like Borderlands does. I'll be honest, I think it does. So, like, why would I not just play that? Lost a lot in the movie.
This didn't have to be a controversy.
But they
If
did.
Pittsburgh just said what he had said at the event, or better yet, said nothing at all, the conversation would have moved on. Maybe people would have grumbled about the potential price hike. Maybe they would wait for a sale, but that would have been the end of it. Instead, he gave players another reason not to buy his game. One that has nothing to do with the price tag and everything to do with the person behind it. And that's
And I
real.
think also there's a big component to it where, like, a lot of consumers don't want to spend money on expensive games because they're worried that by doing so, they will create an ecosystem where those games are allowed to grow and get more popular and make money. It's like you don't want to reward a behavior that you don't want to continue.
Problem
Pretty
is not
simple.
just about the $80 price tag, it's about the arrogance, the entitlement, the complete lack of understanding about how players actually think. Pittsburgh turned what could have been a calm, consumer-level concern into a loyalty test. He didn't just defend the price, he turned it into a challenge, a line in the sand, and this behavior isn't rare anymore. It's become
Well,
a pattern.
it's patronizing, and I think that it's especially patronizing to young people whenever they see people that are older who grew up in an economy that they felt like, that at least young people from their perspective, that economy was like more rewarding and, you know, people had more of a chance in it. And then to have somebody from that culture come and like talk down to them about selling a product to them, that's going to immediately trigger the fuck out of people. They're going to be mad as fuck about that. And it makes sense. The door is shut behind them. And I think they're right. I do. I think all of these like teenagers and college students and stuff like that that want communism, I think that they're wrong that that's the solution, but they're right that there's a problem.
Across the
There's
entire
a huge
industry.
problem.
We've seen this time and time again, developers and executives who either don't understand the weight that their words can carry, or worse, they think that they're untouchable because of their titles. They treat their personal social media accounts like it's a diary, forgetting that everything they say reflects back on the studio, their coworkers, and the game that they are trying to sell. And when those comments backfire, the damage doesn't just hit them alone, it hits everybody around them.
Yeah.
Just look at Helldivers 2, that game had
This
an
is another really big component, is that when a person at a studio says something, Like, another great example of this was Matt Hansen from the Avowed studio Obsidian, is that when he started making all these statements about how Elon Musk was bad, and he was putting in pronouns in the game, and, like, all this other weird, like, alienating political language, that kind of stuff hurt the entire studio, and it damaged the whole game. And so when you can't keep your mouth shut, and then you negatively affect the product in a massive way, you're not just hurting yourself, you're hurting everybody around you. If I was CEO, I would have fired him. No, the reason why they didn't fire him is because the CEO and the people at the company probably agree with him. That's the reason why. And I think that's one of the reasons why people lose trust in these development studios, because you're right. I mean, if he had said the same thing about black people that he said about white people, everybody knows that he'd be out of a job in a day. But the reason why he didn't is because of this double standard. And I think that people resent that double standard. They see it, it's obvious. You can't tell people it's not real. And because of that, you have people that just massively lose trust.
Explosive launch, even with matchmaking issues, bugs, and crashes, players still stuck around because the developers felt like they were connected, passionate, and engaged. But once the first balance patch hit, well, the Reddit posts started rolling in, and then one of their developers openly admitted to antagonizing the fans for their own entertainment. Discord mods started banning people using clown emojis on furry art. Then came the now famous "I thought you were refunding the game" and post from one of their community managers during the Sony account leaking disaster. It does not matter how good the game was.
The real problem there, in my opinion, was the moderators, and I actually don't mind when a developer is snarky or rude to an obnoxious fan. It's like that Marco Pierre White thing, where it's like some guy snapping their fingers, telling me what to do, like acting weird, coming in late for dinner. He said he'd be here at 9, it's 9:40, I just got here, what the fuck is this? Like, nah, get the fuck out. And so, like, I very much dislike the idea that, companies should be punching bags. I really dislike that idea. But at the same time, it was the Discord mods. They had a bunch of furries and weirdos that wanted to put weird shit in Discord and use, and this is for Helldivers. It's for a fucking video game. It was so weird.
The trust was gone. And then nearly a year of them replacing staff,
Yeah.
rebuilding goodwill, and delivering real updates for them to be able to recover that audience they once had by default. Or go look at Starfield. That game was
decided that day, we made the decision, the customer is always right. And it doesn't matter what we think the value proposition is. If we're selling this product and the consumer doesn't think the product is valuable and they don't think that it's good, then that is the bottom line. One of the best decisions we made. And that's it. And it's the same as we made decisions like we charge higher prices in the EU because we thought it would be better for consumers to give them the upfront costs rather than have it be a surprise when they pay for it at customs. It's again, and the reason why it's about respect. It's about respect and it's about being able to understand your consumer and treat them like you're trying to help them. That's the goal, right? You're trying to create, like, because again, you take a step back, fundamentally, 95% of business, if not more, is about solving someone's problem. My problem is my hair is too long. Okay, I need to go to a barber. My problem is that I'm poor. Okay, well, I'm going to go to a movie. My problem is my problem is that I want to exercise. I go to a calisthenics set of weights. So whenever you look at it from a perspective of like solving a problem, you understand that as a business, you have to serve. It's not to order people around. It's not to tell them what to do. It's not to patronize them. It's to serve them. And if you can understand that concept, you can do this in a way that's not toxic. And that's what so many of these developers just don't seem to understand. And so many businesses don't seem to understand either in general.
The average player doesn't care about who's managing the Discord or balancing the damage numbers, but they do care. They do notice when somebody from that team acts like the audience is beneath them. When you push players away, games are already expensive. They'll make players pay for your ego too. I genuinely think that these companies underestimate how many people use social media, which makes a lot of sense seeing how much they spend on their marketing budget.
Yep.
But it doesn't take a whole lot to come across a stray quote or a headline. You don't have to be watching videos like this. If you are remotely interested in Borderlands,
The entire idea that everybody now, like, and also, like, think about the level of disrespect that these companies are exhibiting by even using this as an argument. It's okay for us to sell a bad product that's discussed online in depth about it being negative and problematic because we have an army of retards that are going to see a commercial for it on TV and buy it anyway. What a shitty... Like, really, I mean, what a cynical, shitty business model that is.
there's a good chance that you're going to be on Twitter or Reddit or YouTube or whatever it might be, and you're going to see something, and all of a sudden somebody that had passing interest in something is going to pass entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
It's as easy as that. Once negative sentiment starts, it is impossible to put out. It spreads.
It is possible to put it out.
Holy
But
fuck.
it's really hard. It took Starforge probably 6 months to rebuild that trust, if not longer. Think about how long it took to You can rebuild the trust, and oftentimes the trust being rebuilt makes it stronger than it was in the beginning. But at the same time, like, From Software hasn't really ever needed to rebuild trust. And I think that people trust them and I think they're great. Same as Valve. So, like, you don't need to do that. Rebuilding requires making a good product. Yeah, and it costs a lot of money. It's better to maintain trust. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to maintain trust than to rebuild it.
As hardcore fans who make videos for Borderlands content, people that stream it and things like that, they might be able to brush it off. The wider audience, people that have been hurt for, the people that are sitting on the fence, the people are wondering whether or not they're even going to be able to afford it, for something like this, it's all of their most negative and worst assumptions possible. These developers are out of touch.
Every
our staff by 150 members. We increased our budget.
And you gotta pay for it.
We're gonna need you guys to be able to make that up.
Yep.
You overspent. You overspent. This is your problem.
You make a bad financial decision, and then you expect the customer to bail you out. That's not how it works.
But you want us to make
No.
that math work. No. Personally, I don't understand
Then all right,
where
it's not a
all this
problem. Yes.
optimism is coming from. Pittsburgh is acting like Borderlands is untouchable, but the way things have gone lately, you can only be certain that your real fans will be able to show up, if you even have them. For all intents and purposes, a die-hard Borderlands fan. I want Borderlands 4 to be amazing, because if it's good, I'll probably pour hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours into it.
That's a lot.
As somebody who grew up on Diablo and loves first-person shooters, this series has always felt like it was tailor-made for me. I love the build crafting, the endless loot, the tight gunplay, the class variety, and it's one of the best co-op experiences in all of gaming. Borderlands is at its best. It plays like a co-op MMO with bite-sized stories.
That's awesome.
It has some of the most creative combat loops that are out there. Sirens with face smash, pet turret blasts, other characters serving as weapons platforms, guns that shoot guns, one phase screaming with legendary weapons. Amazing things, Joe. Gold Hunter, Gold Ring Guns, DLC that actually matters. It is one of the last remaining franchises that hasn't thrown itself headfirst into live service hell. No battle passes, no seasonal resets, no login
I
bonuses.
mean, they're not giving you that at all in Borderlands 4. I mean, I'll believe that when I see it.
Overpriced
Yeah, I don't know about that.
complete experience. Active content,
Not yet, yeah.
expansions that actually expand on something. In a lot of ways, Borderlands is a reminder of what games used to be before monetization killed the entire genre. But that's the thing. What Borderlands represents and what Borderlands has become are two completely different things. And what I don't think Gearbox has acknowledged, or maybe hasn't realized, is that Borderlands has a reputation for the few, not the many. On paper, this franchise is still giant. 93 million copies sold, a long list of mainline titles and spin-offs, massive brand recognition, but you zoom in and it starts to tell a different story. Borderlands 2 alone counts for 30 million of those sales, and just because a franchise has legacy doesn't mean that that audience is going to show up again. Look at Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That's a franchise that had critical acclaim,
That's
massive
true.
fan investment.
That's actually a really good example, because Dragon Age Origins, I think, didn't it win Game of the Year whenever it came out? And like, did that help it whenever Dragon Age: The Veilguard came out? No, it was garbage. People
Home
hated it.
sales, but over the years, BioWare chipped away at the formula, changing the gameplay, shifting the tone,
Yep.
making thematic changes that didn't really sit all that well with players. By the time Veilguard rolled out, that reputation had already worn thin. The trailers didn't land, the tone felt off, and when it released, the audience didn't show up for it. It missed its sales targets, it didn't make its money back, and it didn't matter how loved Origins was, it only mattered how good Veilguard looked right now.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to guilt people into buying a game because they like the game 12 years ago. I mean, especially not with all the bad press. It's not like it was only one bad thing about the game. There were like 10 bad things about it. Nothing about it was good. The combat looked like garbage. The graphics were garbage. The story looked weird. They had like weird woke stuff in it too. That was alienating people. Like, everybody thought it was bad.
Borderlands is not immune to that. Legacy can only get you so
So is
far
it
when each
Inquisition?
new entry leaves a worse impression than the last. Prequel was a sign of this. Reused assets, leaned heavily on recycled systems, and told a side story that nobody asked for. It is still the worst-selling game in the series. Then came Borderlands 3, a mechanical leap forward that modernized the gameplay, selling 22 million copies, but
That's
it dropped
good.
the ball entirely when it came to writing and tone. I have a love-hate relationship with Borderlands 3. I love playing it, but I hate the fact that I'm playing that game specifically. Gameplay loop is incredible, but every time the character moments step out, I want to leave the game. They follow up one of gaming's most iconic villains, Handsome Jack, live-streaming space influencers narrating your every move. They lean hard into this influencers thing, and even harder into the worst kind of millennial irony. Surface-level references, smug quips and jokes, less funny than watching a review. And probably the most damning part of the game.
That's one of the big issues too, is that the writing is being done by millennials. Like, millennials have done irreparable damage to writing, and it cannot be overstated. Do you think the increasing price has anything to do with recouping money from the movie flop? No, because every studio's doing it.
They killed off the
Almost
Love
every
Legacy
studio.
characters and shoved new ones in your face like you were supposed to care.
Yeah.
Especially Ava, one of the most grating, self-important characters I've
right now, like a lot of guys, and like I think average people can tell. I think maybe they think they're being subtle about this, but if you're not even good at like if you can't even write good jokes, what do you think the chances are that you can write a good joke? You can't. And so people see what's going on and they realize they're playing a product that is fundamentally impressive. And that's why they stop having interest in it. It's a huge factor.
It didn't land. It didn't work. It was bad. And the damage didn't end there. The backlash from Borderlands 3 carried directly into Tiny Tina's Wonderland, a game that should have been a slam dunk. Expanding on the franchise's most beloved DLCs and turning it into a full game should have meant something, but the reception was room temperature, safe, forgettable. By the time it launched in 2022, a lot of the longtime fans had already tapped out.
Yeah, I
The
never
writing
even
hadn't
played it.
matured, the humor hadn't evolved, and critically, the end game was just non-existent. DLC never fixed that issue, and for a series known for replayability, Wonderlands gave players very little reason to come back. So post the peak of Borderlands 2, you've already expended much of this franchise's reputation, and it burned out longtime fans. But I don't even think winning back old fans is going to be Borderlands 4's biggest problem. The issue that they're going to be running into is the damage that's been done to the brand, because Borderlands isn't just a
This is one of the big issues that a lot of people don't understand with branding, is that whenever a company's brand is damaged, it's something that happens over time. It doesn't happen like immediately. It's not like, oh, instantaneously the brand is awful and everybody hates this game. No, or this product. No, it happens like the first product that comes out that's bad, a lot of people can usually forgive that. But then whenever it's the second one and the third one, that's whenever people really start to lose interest. It's gradual. Yeah, that's what I think happened with Bungie. It's what happened with Blizzard, and it's what's happened with a lot of studios. And I think if Elder Scrolls 6 is bad, it's going to happen to Bethesda as well.
with other games, it's competing with its own reputation. Borderlands movie bombed catastrophically, pulling in
Yeah.
just $18 million on a $110 million budget. Miscast, tone deaf, utterly disconnected from
Should've
what
just made
made the
Concord.
series special. And for a lot of people, that's their first exposure that they've
Yeah.
had to this franchise in years. Not the games, the flop. Then there's Take-Two's recent update to their end-user license agreement, a move so anti-consumer that it sparked a review bombing campaign across all of their franchises. Modding, bannable. VPN use, bannable. Exploits in a single-player game, bannable. Class action.
Why would anybody give a fuck about exploiting in a single-player game? How does that benefit the customer in any way to ban people for exploiting in a single-player game?
Retards.
Why? Who cares? You bought the game. They've got your money. Like Elden Ring has a mod that turns you into a jet engine, and you can blow everything up as not a jet engine, sorry, a fighter jet, and you can go around and blow everything up instantly, and somehow that's totally fine.
Lawsuit? Wait,
So what happened?
data harvesting, front and center. Meanwhile, their competition hasn't just caught up, it's already passed them. Deep Rock Galactic,
Yep.
Remnant 2, Helldivers 2, Risk of Rain 2,
Yep.
Monster Hunter Wilds, Rust, Eagle Company. The co-op space is stacked right now. Some of these games are cheaper, some of them are free, and most of them feel fresher and more ambitious than what Borderlands has been offering lately. All of this leading up to the real question, who is this game even for anymore? Because
It's for fat millennials that own at least 5 Funko Pops that still watch Marvel movies.
people that grew up
That's
with
what it's
Borderlands
for.
2, they've grown up.
Everybody
They're in
knows
their
it.
late 20s, 30s, or 40s now. They have kids, careers, limited time, and they're not lining up to drop $80 on a franchise they
Yeah.
used to love just because it
And
says
this is another, he actually brings up a really good point here. This is something I don't really talk about enough, is that when you're a guy and you have, like, let's say, like, let's even get a lot of money, buying a video game that you're going to play for 1,000 hours because you play video games all day has a higher value add for you than buying a video game that you can play for 3 hours on Saturday and maybe a half hour or an hour a couple of times a week. And so that's another big issue, is that as people, get older and their priorities change, what happens is that now that value is no longer fully realized.
back. They want value, they want trust.
My
They're not
what's
seeing
Funko
either.
Pop?
And Gen Z players, they didn't grow up on Borderlands 2. They came up through Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, games that speak an entirely different language. Their first impressions likely came from Borderlands 3, Wonderlands, or the dumpster fire of
The movie, yeah, exactly.
None of that reflects Borderlands at its peak, and none of it really
style that's way cleaner and better than what they're doing. And how they're handling this is very, very mediocre. It's literally the same. Yeah. It's like you should like why like for example like Dark Souls 1 and Elden Ring are the same style, but they just keep getting better. Whereas like when I look at Borderlands 4 and I compare it to what Borderlands 2 looked like, it's basically the same thing.
This is never appeared in the first place, then who's going to be left to rally around this game? 6 years have passed since Borderlands 3. That's long enough for a generation of players to move on and forget, form new habits. If you did enjoy the video, like the video, share the video, comment down below, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
I actually think that's exactly what it is. I think that they don't understand the internet. They don't understand these issues. And I think especially for guys that are older, like around Randy's age, they don't really understand a lot of the struggles that the average video game age player has. And so for them, these things seem normal, but they're actually extremely tone deaf, right? Like, that's really what I think is happening. There's the video right there. Give it a like. I completely agree with this, by the way. $80 for a fucking video game like this? Again, I would have no problem paying $80 for an insanely good game, but we're not talking about an insanely good game. We're talking about this bullshit instead, right? And so I think that's a very big difference. Apparently there's some big Night Rain event. Like, is this true? Are they doing a Night Rain event? I have no idea. Viewers high to low. Night Rain, oh, it's just a tournament. Okay, never mind. I thought there was something that was happening. And, yeah, the drop nice on YouTube. Well, no, I'm not interested in watching streamers play the game. I don't give a shit about that. Like, I was curious if there was something that was actually happening that mattered. But no, okay. Yeah, who cares? And so when I switch to, yeah, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play it tomorrow anyway. I just wanted to double check. But before I move on, I want to say that, like, in general, this is exactly the way that I feel about this too. Is that the fact is that, like, a lot of people nowadays just simply don't have that much disposable income. And on top of that, there are so many other things that are eating into your income. And on top of that, you usually have, because you've grown up with these games, you usually have way less things that you have, like, way less time you have to spend playing the game. So a value proposition, $80 for 150 hours is way better than $80 for 50 hours. That's it. Yeah, child support. Yeah, clearly, right? I don't have enough disposable income. Yeah, and I think that people don't really understand how much, like, the wages and things like this haven't increased. And that's been a huge problem. So I do that Expedition 33 video. Yeah, I know. That game has done very well. And at $50 too. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Strong enough fan base to carry them? Yeah, I think Borderlands 4 will probably make its money back, but the next one won't if it's bad. I'll be right back.
That was a method of obtaining knowledge of death. I should have remembered. Oh, but you need graves. And I need the graves for something else. The ideal outcome. What does rebounding do? Yeah, the ideal outcome. Any disappointments lately? What's this?
Take a look at this. Listen to this.
Here are the questions from the actual people. For Douglas, what is your reaction to the UK Supreme Court declaring that the definition of a woman is, well, we should include you in this too. It's about women. Is based on biological sex and excludes transgender people. Yeah, this was a big ruling this week in England.
Big deal.
The Supreme Court, the definition of woman is biological sex. To put it in shorthand, J.K. Rowling won.
Oh my gosh, you paused it at the best moment.
She actually did. Yep. That was funny.
Yes. J.K. Rowling won. Everyone who said this for years has won. All the particularly women
Why?
who
What was I
failed
doing?
and lied about and bullied and chased and much more for years, they were right. And
Fucking faced.
We're going to the Never. That's right.
I just think, apart from being statement of the obvious, isn't it amazing that the best legal minds in Britain spent years the first thing we knew as a species?
Yeah, that's right.
But just to be clear, we're not saying there's not such a thing as trans, right? We're not saying there's not such a thing as someone who is quote-unquote born in the wrong body.
I don't think people get born in the wrong body.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think there's a default setting for humans. Like, and we should acknowledge that. It's not just every time there's a baby, ooh, who knows what the fuck it is. That's what it's But there are,
Beyond me,
but there are variations of sexuality and sex.
The premise of this is completely wrong. The reason why the premise is wrong is because it implies that a person shouldn't be able to choose what they're doing, and the only thing that matters is what is an extrinsic variable. It shouldn't, like, I don't care whether being gay is a choice or not. If you want to suck another dude's dick, that's your right to do it. It's a free country. If you want to wear makeup and wear a dress and dress up like a girl and say you're a girl, it's a free country. You should be able to do that. So the entire premise around whether you're born in the wrong body or not, I think subverts the truth is that even if you're not born in the wrong body, you should still have the right to do whatever the fuck you want with your body because it's your fucking body. That's it. It's wrong. There's a lot of things that people do that I think are wrong. Fuck them. Let them do what they want. And I don't like the premise of this. The fixation around did they choose to do this or not. It shouldn't matter whether they chose to do it. It shouldn't matter whether they were born with it or not. Because if you're an adult, you should be able to make decisions about your life, and you shouldn't have the government making those decisions for you. Agree, but leave the kids alone? So true. Yes, I don't give a fuck. Like, you wanna suck dick? Suck dick. You wanna dress up like a guy? Do that too. Do whatever the fuck you want in your own time by yourself. That's it. Being gay is not a gender anyway? No, but the argument is that people are born gay. And what I'm saying is that if you are born trans or you are born gay, that does not change my perspective on the issue because ultimately a person has the right to free expression, and that is separate from what somebody's immutable characteristics are. Does that make sense? You can't be born trans though? I'm saying that that argument is irrelevant to me. Like, I don't care about that. It doesn't matter. Like, there's no, that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't mean anything to me.
But it's how we handle that, you know. I mean, and I think we would agree that, you know, children, this is where America's now an outlier.
Uh-oh.
homosexual, you'd be immediately against it. If you were talking about kids consenting to get tattoos, you'd be immediately against it. If you were talking about kids consenting to do anything else with their body that could be considered exploitative, like, for example, child labor, you'd be against it as well. This is just a retarded false premise that nobody actually believes in, and you're using this give parents the option idea as if this is some kind of get out of jail free card for justifying the behavior. But the fact is that it's not. It never has been. There are dozens of examples of it not being an example. You used to be able to sell your kids. You know, the year it became illegal to sell your kids, my dad was still fucking alive. Okay? It wasn't that long ago. And that was another thing that now is against the law that you can't do. So the entire premise that, oh, well, you know, it's your kid, you can do whatever you want with your kid, that's not true, and she knows that. This is totally stupid.
Bunch of politicians in Washington.
That is not the Democratic position.
It's not a bunch of politicians making decisions for kids. What do you mean it's not a bunch of politicians? I wonder what her position was on vaccines. Oh, that's different. Oh, of course, everything's always different whenever you agree with it, which is why you can't make sweeping judgments like that. This is a stupid statement that's supposed to get people to clap because they don't want to have the government telling them what to do. But the fact is that she does want the government telling you what to do, but she just wants to be the one telling you what to do and not somebody else. That's the reason. It's just so one-dimensional and stupid that it's amazing that anybody can't see through this. It's hypocritical? Of course it is. It's hypocritical and self-serving. Yeah, I'll listen to it again one more time.
Conservative Biden,
Yeah.
who went fully toward that. Like, we don't care what age, self-diagnosed himself. I mean, that to me was, again, nobody can prove that.
It's not to you, by the way. This is to 90% of the country. This is a sick, very deranged, small, single-digit percentage of people that think this is normal.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the sensible center is that, like, you respect people, you trust parents, let parents figure out what to do with their kids, and you don't need a bunch of politicians in Washington.
An intentional oversimplification in order to make people think that the government doesn't make millions of decisions like this for people. I think it is outrageous, absolutely fucking up. She's a moron. Well, she is saying the thing that she has to say. She is a Democrat senator from Minnesota, right? In my opinion, I wonder how many immigrants we got from there, from Mexico, from South America, and I wonder what her viewpoints on that are. It's intellectually dishonest, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. And so there you go. That's it, bro. You got it? Yeah, it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And Patrick is
world is going, everybody could use therapy, but it costs a fortune. It's time consuming because back and forth. Getting
It's been a
therapy should
long
not be
time since I watched
complicated.
you.
That's why today's smartphone. Remember, there's no T in
I'm just here to see this dude. And you chit-chatting.
com/candidates for your recruiter rated/random. So, no.
Yeah, last time.
So how long were you in Nancy Houston? What did we do wrong not to keep you?
I went Catholic school, and
Oh, well.
Omar,
Hey, man.
it is an honor and a privilege.
Thank you for saying that. I know you flew in
Yeah.
your own dime. I can't tell you what a compliment that is, and
Oh,
I appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate you having me.
And,
I'm excited.
They told me, they didn't tell me much, and I like it that way, but that you don't drink, so.
No, but I'll have a shot or two with you.
I can't tell you
I'm not.
I can't tell you how often this happens. I said it last week, I think. Like, somebody was here, and it's like, you know, the head. He's recovering, and he doesn't want to be around smoke, and he doesn't drink until and then they're like, hey, bro, why aren't you passing me your liquor? Can I have a drink? Or,
Yeah, I'm not like. I just don't really drink because it doesn't. You know.
it's smart. So
Oh.
where's the
I'm kind of terrified. I try to. Every day I have a pretty intense schedule. I do a morning show, then I skate. I'm filming skating with
Right.
my crew,
Yeah.
and so I'm trying to make sure that every day I'm going to be at 100%.
You're like Brian Johnson without a perfect penis.
Oh, all right.
You know who he is?
Are you referring to the guy who did steroids, or the guy who's doing the weird medical treatments to?
The guy who wants to live forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know about Liver King too, right?
But who?
Liver King.
I've heard of who is that? What is that?
Super ripped guy. and it's also his name is Brian Johnson as well.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the secret.
Doing steroids.
But what does the Liver King do?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Make him live forever?
Eats it.
He eats liver.
I think that's what his thing. No. Well, but I think his whole shit was eat like raw meat and claim that would make you ripped and manly, but he was doing steroids. So. I don't know.
Well, that'll make you ripped.
Didn't he die?
It makes your arms bigger and shrinks your balls.
So I hear.
I mean, like, I never understood that kind of a trade-off. You know, like, okay, I want to excel at this.
Either he's
so I can
dead,
get chicks.
or the story was that it was revealed that he used steroids. I'm not sure which. Either way, it was entertaining for a brief moment, and then I moved on.
But then when I get them, my dick. Yeah, I've got a mushroom dick, you know.
Yeah.
There's
There's so much weird stuff now. Like I've had guys talking about like peptide things they take and HGH. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'll get old. That's what I'll do.
I agree. I mean, I had this actual discussion with Joe Rogan on his show, and you know, he does the exogenous creams and stuff, and he's pretty upfront about that. And it's legal. I mean, it's not. We're not talking about steroids. We're talking about
Testosterone cream.
yeah, but I mean, testosterone does decrease as you get older. That's a fact, and of course that makes you, especially if you're a male, only if you're a male, I guess, with testosterone, less. I said, yeah, that stuff is scary to me because anything you do that the body isn't doing naturally always has the possibility of some bad repercussions. And like, if you had like cancer cells in your body, and we all have some, you know, sometimes you do something to make you healthier, and it all soups up the thing that's worthless and not healthy. And he had a good answer though. I said, you know, I'm afraid that this will make me unhealthy. And he said something like, well, I do it because I'm afraid to be unhealthy, which which is, I understand what he's saying. Without the proper amount of testosterone, your health does suffer. So he's putting it back in. I don't, we don't know. That's the thing about medicine. We don't know.
I think it's also bad for your heart, though, isn't it? Testosterone.
I'm sure it's bad for a lot of things. It's look, if it's bad for your balls, it's got to be bad
Let's
throughout
keep
the.
those.
I mean, I just go by that test, wouldn't you? I mean, it's just that's. I feel like sometimes the people who know the most have the least common sense.
Perhaps. One thing that I've been dying to tell you, give it a chance, is I do this talk show, I do this news show. 20 years ago.
Oh, I know.
Well, it's your fault. 20 years ago, every Friday, me and my friends are hanging out at shout out to Roger and my boy Brandon, who works with me,
Where is this?
Chicago,
Chicago.
and they were stoned off their asses, passing the joint, blowing pot smoke into an iguana's face while we watched Real Time with Bill Maher.
Mm.
And I was 18 or 19 years old, and that's what we did every
That's
Friday,
so cool.
watching your show.
I love it that they were blowing the pot smoke.
And the iguana loved it. The iguana, it loved getting stoned.
Oh, a real iguana.
Literally, there was an iguana, and then one day, I guess the iguana got out and started eating their pot. So it was like, this is not a good thing, but also kind of funny.
Animals do. I mean, I remember with my dogs, not that I would do it on purpose. But, I would not blow smoke in their face. I'm a PETA board member, for Christ's sake. So, but, like, if I was smoking and not thinking about it, and the dog was sitting next to me, I would see him, like, trying to, like, bite the air. So that told me something about pot.
Something about it, huh?
Unlike testosterone, I used the common sense yardstick, and it told me that the pot is not bad for you if the dog is trying to eat it out of the air.
Did you mix your tequila? I don't want to.
Yes. Did you? I think you said shot. Did you want it?
Oh, I'll just sip a little bit and then wash it.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
What is it, do you think, that is making people so mad at you?
Fake news.
Well, that's very general, Tim.
It is, but
Fake news. What do you mean? I mean, I saw things. Somebody sent me. I don't know why they sent me these things. Like the other day, it said. I mean, I'm not even on any of these sites. Facebook, nothing. Instagram, wouldn't know how to get on it. It was Bill Maher's old girlfriends. And it was like this, like a cavalcade. Some of which were my old girlfriends, and some of which were just completely pulled right out of their ass. So, like, fake news, my point I'm making is it covers a lot of territory.
For sure. It's there's a hyperpolarization happening among the younger generation that's substantially more pronounced than the older generation, and the younger generation is substantially more considering violence than the older generation did. So when you look at the polls, it's really interesting how the polarization expands.
I can see that.
Yeah. So I would say like the bulk of our viewers are probably in their 30s. So we have 18-year-olds too, but they're a smaller percentage. But basically 25 to 54 who watches this.
Right.
Got a lot of people in their 30s, and what ends up happening is, and this is true for people on the left, the right, doesn't matter who you are. Someone's going to take something you said. It's going to be pulled out of context,
Of course.
and then it makes people go nuts. So there's so many of these things that are absolutely wild for me. So I don't have the worst of it. There's other people in media that have it substantially worse than I do. Their Wikipedia pages are just rife with weird fake nonsense that's made up.
I mean, I just don't feel like anybody in this country can even presume that what people think about them is anywhere near the truth. And if you do think that, you're very naive, and people are just going to want to believe. Somebody told me just the other day that, speaking of girlfriends, this one is funny. This one wasn't in that list, but they could have put it there. But somebody said they were out to dinner with a few people, and this person said that I used to date Ann Coulter.
I've heard that.
Which
I've heard it.
Okay, well, it's not true. And both of us would say that. Now, am I friends with her? Yes. And anyone who doesn't like that can go fuck themselves. I'll be friends with whoever I want. I think I proved that over and over again, including with Donald Trump. I believe in talking to people. But it's not like I've ever, to either one of them, given an inch on what my beliefs are. It's not like I'm taking it. I just think we need to talk to each other. And anyone who doesn't want to do that. But
better informed as to who I am than people who don't. But they still have this
Sure.
probably, rose-colored glasses view of who I am and what I represent and stuff.
So better. Say rose-colored.
Yeah, they're fans, and
Yeah.
so they.
But sometimes fans, I mean, about a month ago, during my monologue, this had never happened in over 600 tapings in real time, but during my monologue, I see a guy in the audience with his phone out taking a picture or and I stopped the monologue. I mean, I just, I walked over, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? There's no taking pictures here. And then, the audience laughed, and I said, it's so disappointing when even your own fans are assholes. Because, it takes a lot to get tickets to real time. People write in, and he was a fan. And it's just, but people can be assholes even though you can't ever be so purist as to think, well, the people are good people. I mean, that's one of our big problems, I think, politically, is this idea that we're the good people. We know what's good. And anyone who doesn't agree with that, well, they're an existential threat to America. And that happens on both sides.
I agree, but it is a weird position for me to be in. I was talking to some friends before the show, and I was saying, I think that if you and I discussed policy solutions for the country, I'd probably be to the left of you. But
In some ways, yeah.
probably most
You like
ways.
Bernie.
I did.
I like Bernie, but I don't want socialism in America. We need more than what we have. We already have plenty.
But the issue is today I feel like what defines someone politically is not it's not the policies they want, but it's what they believe to be true.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah, Matt Taibbi writes about this.
I'm a big fan. He's amazing.
Yeah.
And they call him far right now.
I sure don't agree with everything he says. I mean, I think he's wrong about Russiagate and a lot of other stuff. But first of all, he's just funny. He can say things that make me LOL. I cannot say that about many writers. Just the choice, description of something in one or two words is just very often just priceless. But what were we talking about? Why did I bring up Matt Taibbi? What did he say?
What makes someone liberal,
Oh
conservative?
yes,
what they think is true.
he writes so well about this and about how the modus operandi used to be informing the public, and then it became audience stroking. How can we interpret this thing that just happened in such a way that our audience will give us likes?
Yep.
I like that. I like you said it that way. I like your point of view because that's what I already think, and I hate them, and so I like.
He's right.
He's right.
Yeah.
No, and it's just.
I worked for ABC. Started ABC and Univision did a joint venture in 2014 called Fusion, and I was at Vice, and I moved over there, and then they told me that the new trend was going to be called mission-driven storytelling, and I said, "What does that mean?" And they said, "There's no such thing as objectivity. Everyone is subjective, so we're going to tell the stories that our audience wants to hear." I had a meeting with the president, and he was talking to me about this, and I said, "Does that mean if there is a news story that is true and important, you would choose not to report it because it might upset our audience?" And he said, "Yeah, I think that's fair." The company went bankrupt, fired everybody, but this wasn't unique to them. They were chasing the trend. One of their marketing guys told me explicitly, "We want to maximize shares because we have to maximize views. We have to maximize views because we've already sold a set amount to the advertisers. One company bought 500,000 views from us. We don't complete that contract until those views are delivered. How do we deliver them? Angering bombs.
90
Middle-aged
times
women more
faster
angry,
than
share more
normal,
anyone else, so we're going to write
and the effect stacks additively. Holy fuck. 90 times faster. Actually, here's a good example. Maybe? No, not right now. I don't need it.
Employees that do that. I'm not, that's actually what he told me. So it was social justice, it
I
was
know.
racism.
I just pictured my writers all guffawing just because, you know, I've always, you know, I've had like a writer's room since 1993, politically incorrect,
Yeah,
and
wow.
that show went on there. So,
I was a little kid.
yeah, I'm sure. And it's, you know, the joy of my life. One of the great joys is having a writer's room. I've said this before, but like Paul McCartney once said, I'd rather have a Manet than a Rolls Royce, and I'd rather have a writer's room. But a writer's room has always been me, the bachelor, and then like 10 guys who were married, and we're always making, like, just in the room, this is not going to be on the
Adjacent.
show, but like always just making jokes about marriage and how they don't get laid and they don't get blown. It's like it just never.
Tell her you don't get married.
Well, they're just, it's everybody does it. I watch TMZ every night. The guys, the people in the you know, the gallery that Harvey talks to, they're it's just same thing. They're just endless jokes that are made about how much marriage sucks. But if you say a bad word against it, like you're the crazy one.
You know,
Right?
I am. Yeah. But you know, I think
Awkward.
no, but I agree. I think, you know, I'm 39 and I just had my first show, and it's amazing. And I just got married, and I do think for the millennial generation, largely, every TV show, we didn't have these wholesome family shows. Everything was like marriage is scary and bad and mocking marriage. So
Like,
these
which ones? Like,
married with children.
yeah,
I
I was
understand.
on it.
Oh wow.
I was a guest star. I played a
Oh,
game
that's
show
cool.
host on Married with Children.
I mean,
You
it
can
was a
look
funny
it up
show.
on YouTube.
I'll take a look.
You should. It's pretty funny.
But I understand that there were those moments where they loved each other, but it very much was this slog of like, oh no, I'm married. I go, geez. What do you think happens when these millennials grow up and they get these red pill dating guys saying everything they grew up hearing is true, but not comedy, serious, and then they end up believing it?
Okay, but Tim, the reason why those jokes work is because that's how people do feel about marriage. You know,
I'm lucky, I
and
guess.
you're a newlywed, is what you are. You know,
We've known each other for almost 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah.
So you married your high school sweetheart?
I guess technically we
It's like something Dick Cheney does.
it is pure luck. I am lucky. I am lucky.
Just look at me.
We're both from Chicago. We both like the same music. We have very similar views. We're both lapsed Catholics, and it's like, you know, lucky. I got lucky, and I know.
Well, I'm a lapsed Catholic. We could have a throuple.
Pass. No, and I am lucky, and you know, it's weird how I see all these stories and people talk about marriage, and I'm like, it sounds like you got married to someone you don't really know. Because Allison and I know each other very well, and we get along very well, and we're both very rational.
I wish I knew. I wasn't reading. I should have read. But it's simple to make. Sort of. Need more of that. Well, it's flawless, so it doesn't matter. We need this right now. 90 times the speed, eh? Okay. I should go and grab the guidebook.
People. I
That's a great thing to find in a woman.
I know.
And I don't mean that. I'm not saying women are crazy. They're not. Men are also, or let's put it this way, we're both crazy.
Yep.
And it's not like men aren't emotional and blah, blah, blah. But I don't really care about that aspect in men because I don't date men. What I care about is the opposite sex. And if you can find a woman who's sexy and also rational, that's great. Because they sometimes, let's just put it this way, they sometimes don't go hand in hand.
That's true. You know, it was funny that
I've said my piece.
I was talking to my wife, and I made a joke. You know, I said, "Bitches be crazy, yo," which is a line from the movie.
Of course, it's enough.
And then she goes, "Are you kidding?" She's like, "I've watched you guys out there at the skate park. You guys are nuts." And I look out the window, and one of our team riders is like trying to jump off a building, and I was like, "She's right. They're maybe crazy in different ways."
Different ways, of course.
We got a guy
Absolutely.
so we bought these things called Grabos. Okay, they are handles with vacuums that you can stick to a wall. And I bought them because they were funny.
Handles with
Yeah,
vacuum.
okay, so it's this oval, and it's got a handle on it. You take it, you press a button, put it on the wall, and
It's like what Tom Cruise uses to climb down a 130-story
That's right.
building, doing his own stunt in Mission Impossible.
And
Right. And they say Scientology doesn't make you crazy.
well, so one of our skateboarder team riders, Mike Noggle, decided he was going to jump up on his board against the wall, grab them, and then flip himself upside down, and then he fell on his head, and he had to go to the hospital. And so I said, you know, my wife is right. Men are crazy in different ways.
Yeah. Again, no doubt about that. It's just doesn't matter to me because
Right.
I don't have relationships with men that involve, you know,
Agreed.
and you know, once in a while there have been guys and guys I like and have. I'm not going to mention anybody specifically, but they will get a little girl-like, and I will have to say to them, "Bro, I don't have this kind of shit with women. You think I'm going to have it with you? Like, I'll call you back when I'll call you back, okay? No nagging. If I want to be nagged, I'd have gotten married. Again, I wouldn't do this for a woman. So just don't be so clingy. You know, the way the world is going, everybody could use therapy, but if the mental therapist here took them right off my take off your shoes, you have it in with and without for 20% of rent.
But it's impractical.
Like Green Acres, she wishes some conditions may apply. So how's your wife like West Virginia?
I think she likes it. You know, I think
Like Green Acres, she wishes
she wants to be in Montana.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why
And
Montana?
anywhere. She actually probably Wyoming. And I don't. She loves skiing, and I would love to go there as well. In fact, we looked there before coming to Western Maryland, but it's impractical to try and do an in-person news show from Wyoming or Montana. So
Well, why is it any more impractical than West Virginia?
because we're an hour from DC. So yeah. But you land at Dulles, and you're an hour and a half, and you're in the studio. Yep. I looked at Maine too. You know, because we were like far away, middle of nowhere,
Right.
safer, more secure, and we need the internet. So East Coast is best. Half the country lives on the East Coast. So if we could, we would have done Wyoming, and then been skiing and farming and whatnot.
Well, this goes to what I always say about politics, I think, which is that it's an outgrowth of personality. Obviously, your personality is you you want to be remote. You're not a city guy, even though you're from Chicago. That's not your personality. I mean, you're a guy. West Virginia was not remote enough for you. You wanted someplace with an even bigger sky. Montana, Wyoming.
I think eventually, for us, it's
I'm a suburban guy. Like I grew up in the suburbs. I never liked living in New York City. I know it's a great city, and I enjoy going there a few times a year in the spring and the fall when the weather's nice, and I know a lot of people, and of course it's the greatest. But I never enjoyed being there. I like the suburbs. That's what's just my personality.
I know I agree. I think
Maybe
I'm
that's
probably a
why
suburban guy.
I'm sort of like somebody who both sides can talk to, because I'm not exactly a city dweller, but I'm also don't want to live in the middle of bumfuck.
You know what's fascinating is my neighborhood from Chicago turned red, and so my audience, the biggest demographic is location-wise is Chicago, and it's a weird position to be in because to see Chicago's liberal. My neighborhood was by the Midway Airport, and it's a lot of firefighters and cops,
Yeah.
and it's largely like Polish immigrant and then like white working class and Hispanic, and it flipped for Trump in Chicago, and I think
Some parts of the Bronx too.
oh wow. I think my politics are like if you were I'm like a Chicago liberal, but the way things have gone, especially with like the woke stuff, is where I end up in this position, and so does my neighborhood. I think it's interesting to see my neighborhood reflective of my politics and vice versa.
I think the phrase I was using last year was aggressively non-common sense or uncommonsensical. And it's like I accent aggressively. I don't think the woke people who have the vast amount of energy really in the Democratic Party understand why the people vote against them. And it's like, because if you add up like how many people are really affected by some of the aggressively uncommon sense things, it's probably not that many.
You had a great bit on that.
Yeah.
Why are you pandering to 400 people?
Of course. Okay. But when you add up these things, and men competing in women's sports, and like just too much indoctrination of children with sexual ideas that they're too young to understand. Like when you add up all these things that get in the media a lot, it paints a picture, not a wrong picture, in the mind of the average voter that, yeah, maybe policy-wise I would do better under the Democrats or Bernie Sanders, but these other people just seem fucking crazy. They seem like committed to just going to absurd lengths just for shits and giggles, just for the fuck of it, just this bizarre attachment to things that are just ridiculous.
I think it's to hate the other side.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's certainly what the other side does. They call it making you cry your liberal tears.
Right.
The entire policy, well, not always now. There are some things that have different motivations. I know you're involved with the tariff debate.
Oh yeah.
Because, that works both ways. Sometimes free trade does hurt people.
Yep.
And that's why there are tariff. Trump is not the first person to advocate tariffs. He's just the first person to do it in this kind of crazy haphazard way.
Right, I agree. I think that when he announced selective tariffs, I was like, all right, let's go. Then when he announced universal tariffs, I was like, I don't know if that makes sense. What is he doing? And but I'm not in. I think one of the problems that we've seen over the past several years with Trump is the immediate assumption that that he's a crazy person all the time. And so the only thing I can say is, well, I vote for the guy. I think this is probably doesn't make sense to me, but I'll see what happens, and we'll see if it makes sense. Selective tariffs, I think, do make sense, but I do think that the way the Democratic Party has handled opposition has guaranteed the kind of Trumpian politics.
Well, I'm sure you heard about my little trip to the White House.
Absolutely.
And
Very impressive.
thank you. And the thing that upset the far left so much, these same people who believe in the crazy things I was just mentioning, and the ones who really hate me, they really found a new reason to hate me, because when I came back and gave my report about it, among the things I said, to your point about person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV lives in the White House.
Yeah.
And they found that very triggering. But again, as I said many times during that piece, I'm just going to tell you the truth. I didn't vote for him. I think we all know that. I went right back to being as tough on him as I ever had been. So I wasn't like seduced. But that was my estimation. Again, to your point about, is he just crazy? When you meet him in person and spend that kind of time, and he's not on his his attack mode thing, he does not strike you as a crazy person or a person who doesn't listen or can't hear things. Again, they were very mad at me for saying this, but that's what happened. And I am not a liar. That's my main bond with the audience. So even if I offended some people by telling the truth, in the long run, that's what I do. And they, yeah.
What I saw in 2020, I was not going to vote for Trump. I'll never vote for Trump on election. And I donated the max to Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. And my position, my whole thought process was the Democrats are going crazy, and we need the moderate, sane Democrats to maintain control of this party and stop the insanity.
Correct.
And they lost.
And they lost.
And so then Trump put out his statement in around August saying, we're going to ban DEI in government contracting. We're going to do these things, blah, blah, blah. No new wars was big for me. I'm a very, anti-interventionist for a lot of reasons. And so I said, I guess I'm voting for Trump. Instantly, it was like the liberals, even YouTube, they all said, we're going to move your name over to this list. I kid you not. There's representatives at YouTube. They told me straight up that the liberal rep was no longer representing me, and they were switching me to a conservative rep. It was the weirdest thing. Yeah. And I'm like, it's not that I like who Trump is, or that I'm like thinking that conservatives have good policy. I'm pro-choice. The issue is that you can look at it right now. There's no charismatic leaders. There's no front runners. There's no policy position. It seems like the only thing they ever had is the right is bad, Trump is bad. And so I'm asking, like,
That's all they ever say.
what are our plans?
No, they have, Democrats have policy positions on everything, and many of them are, I think, preferable to Republican policy positions. Number one being they concede elections. That's kind of a big one with me. They listen to what courts say.
I don't know about that.
You don't think they listen to what courts say?
So Joe Biden
Yeah, that's
ignored the court rulings twice on forgiving student loans, and then tried to decree the Equal Rights Amendment.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm not saying to defend Trump. I'm just saying, like,
Blood Random is brought to you by the Freedom from Religion Foundation, U.S. So we've all heard of speed dating. Well, not recently, but okay, I accept the premise. Those awkward few minutes where you pretend you're interested, Slack is, there are issues like what you mentioned, which is not untrue, where it's so easy for them to go, well, they did this, so we're going to do it 5 times worse. And then they do. But there are some like that. But there's one that has no fuzz on it, and that's elections. When Democrats lose elections, it's over the next day. Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton,
not Hillary Clinton, not Al Gore.
Well, Al Gore that was not Al Gore doing that. That election was obviously decided by 537 votes. There was an absolute, when it's that close, there should be a recount. And whether that recount went the right way, we'll never know, because that state was run by Katherine Harris and Jeb Bush.
There's a really good, I guess, I don't know if you call it philosophical point that I've noticed that I think you're experiencing right now is, I'm 39, so you lived through a lot of these administrations and these political cycles.
Yeah.
And you have experiences that I don't even know they exist.
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't live through Lincoln, but I know about it.
Sure. My point is, my experience in politics has been the Democrats have challenged more than Republicans. To be fair,
Have
Trump
challenged the court?
challenged the elections more than the Republicans have, in extreme ways.
That's ridiculous.
So, but perhaps because you're older than me and you've seen more than I have. So
Again, there are history books, there are newspapers.
I know.
You don't know something only because you lived through it. I know about the French Revolution also. also.
My
You
point
know,
is,
I mean, you could know about this.
indeed,
And if you, I mean, this is something that people your age say all the time, and I've made fun of it before. Like, it's this, like, if I wasn't alive for it, it didn't happen, I don't have to know about it.
but that's
No,
not
I
what
mean, okay, but
I'm saying. That in 2016, I didn't know whether I was Trump or Hillary, and then I got 3 years of Trump as working for the Russians.
he was not working for the Russians.
Jonathan Chait went on MSNBC and said he may have been a Soviet asset since the 80s.
Well,
And so for me, I'm like, I'm out. This is crazy. And so, like, understand, and I'm not saying you're wrong about history. I'm saying that experiencing a political cycle over years is different from reading the condensed history books, which of course I do. So to read 4 years of a president, their term, every single moment, the history books gloss over most of those experiences that we don't have as young people. So I have people on my show who are 25, and one of the people who works for us says nothing ever happens. She's 24, and this is like a Gen Z thing. Nothing ever happens. And I say, are you kidding? The past 10 years have been nothing but happenings.
yeah.
Here's the issue. When she was 14, she wasn't 18. Paying attention to politics. When she was around 20 years old and started, this was the natural state of politics in her experience. So this is basics. And for me, it's crazy. And I think for you, it's crazy. But they grew up in this and they've normalized it. So my view is this. Not saying you're wrong. I'm saying my point is, when I watch the Democrats accuse Trump and Manafort and Carter Page and all of these things, especially when they fabricated evidence against Carter Page, I'm just like, wow, I can't believe the Democrats are going to this length to deny an election.
You're watching a little too much Fox News or somebody who's
See that, maybe?
who's slanting this a certain way. I mean, Paul Manafort was sharing polling information with a GRU agent.
And do you know how they found out about that?
So how did they find out about that?
Ukrainian government officials shared with the Democratic Party, Politico reported it. So you have this Ukrainian interference in our election as reported by Politico. And I look at that and I go, wow, the Ukrainian government sent incriminating evidence to the Democrats? Crazy story. Then they claim down the line it was true. And indeed, and the issue is, why wasn't that a scandal? That the Ukrainians were interfering in the election.
Let's not get, because this is a friendly thing, let's not get into the weeds on like the Russia thing. First of all, it's like 5 years old, so I'm going with it. Okay, but I'm just saying this in general. And it would be hard to argue with it, I think, but I'll just say it. And maybe we can just move on. Whatever it was, I don't think Trump was a Russian asset. Don Jr. at one point said, Eric, we do get a lion's share.
Minecraft. Villager traits. Phantom membrane. No. That's too bad.
Nashville-based company.
Well, you really hit people's nerves.
But I didn't do anything.
I tell you what I'm not going to do is show up unannounced at your door in the middle of the night. It'll be like Sonny on the Causeway, you know. It'll be the end of Bonnie and Clyde. I'll just be like riddled with. Yeah, boy.
It's a crazy
You got to
story.
take it as kind of a compliment. People care.
That's true. It's not, you know, I don't know.
Does it make your wife nervous? Does she hate it? Does she like, get out of the game, man?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Get out of the game.
Yep.
Really?
Uh-huh.
And what do you say when she says, get out of the game?
Yes.
You do? You're going to get out of the game?
So,
No.
yeah, last October, I basically was just fed up with politics. Yeah, absolutely. And I said, you know, before I started doing my TV show, I worked 60 hours a week.
You've got so much going on. Maybe just cut back. You know, less
I'm an
hours, more guns.
Maybe. Here's the problem, and I know that you can relate to this. I've got employees, I've got staff.
Do you know you can have a harpoon legally in some states in this country?
I like that.
In case you're attacked by a whale.
But if I stop, then I gotta fire everybody.
Well, you know, I mean, that's a noble thing, and I've heard it before from people, and I always think it's bullshit. It's like you're hiding behind that. You really want to keep working, because you know why? Like, you achieved a big thing. You know, you're a big success. I'll be back. No one saw it coming, including you, right?
I'm really
Did you think you were going to be this when you were 15?
in some form, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm a cop.
Well, good.
Piece of shit.
I'll be back. Doing this exact thing, or close to it.
Close to it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to be a comedian when I was before I was 10.
Yeah.
And then I imagined. I mean, in my day it was Johnny Carson, so I imagined being that. But it morphed into more. No, I think a political talk show, but also a gregarious, charming host would be, you know, a great combination.
I think people who claim otherwise are lying. Not always. But come on, you didn't try your hardest and grind your fingers to the bone to get here thinking you weren't going to do it, you know?
Well, exactly.
You
But
did
I'm
everything.
saying, like, I'm sure you're doing this and to keep your staff employed, but really, you want to do it because, and why wouldn't you? You're 39. If you quit now, man, you're good for credit because, you know, once you quit, can you get it back? Yeah. But audiences move on quickly. They quickly.
They do now, too.
No, I'm saying, well, they always have.
Yeah.
Like when you go, they think you're so responsible. This is anybody, and you're not. There's always people willing to want to take your place. You know, I mean, you can be at the top of the heap. You know, you're being.
Just me sitting here right now with you. You have I would always say all the time from my circle. I don't know. I feel like it's the most consequential political
I
show.
appreciate that because it is even the problem is much bigger than the things they do cover.
One of the biggest videos we have, I think, is us talking about what you said. But here's the thing.
I said that it means so much to me because
It's not always good things we're saying.
yeah, but at least you're watching
Right.
and you're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah. I say similarly, but you know, my point is like there are people that are on my show who are like, man, I've been watching you for years, and I'm like, one day you will be sitting where I am, and I'll be retired. And
I mean, I don't even care if everybody agrees all the time. It's just that it's about, and I think you would say the same for your show. It's about taking you seriously. It's about having the credibility to have them listen to whatever you're saying, and then you can say your thing. But usually, you know, well, maybe he's not completely wrong about that one.
70 plus. And then
Yeah,
I
I
think
saw that.
Gen X was a tie. And then there's, I really want to talk to you about this too. They're saying that Gen Z is becoming more Christian
Yep,
and
heard
moving
that
to
too.
the right.
Heard that too.
I'm wondering what's going to happen in 10 years. The boomers are going to be moving on, passing on. I'm not trying to be crass, but it's true. Or retiring.
You could say dead.
They'll be dead.
Yeah,
And what happens to politics in this country?
not me haters.
Bill's going to live forever.
Fucking haters and clickbaiters.
The pot and the booze going to make you young.
I mean,
What
do I
happens?
look like I'm at death's door?
No, you think?
I mean, do I act like it? I've
No.
never missed a show, except the two they forced me to miss when I had COVID in my life. They forced me because, of course, I could have contaminated, and the entire city could have died.
I think I would have died. Yes.
You what?
I got real sick.
Pussy.
Yep. And then Joe Rogan saved my mom.
Wow.
So-
Ivermectin?
No, well, technically. So I had called the hospital because my temperature was low, and I was shaking really bad, and I was like,
So why are you in such bad health to begin with? Because unless you're in bad health
I
to
was
begin
fat. I was fatter.
That's it. I always said that about COVID. Who does it kill? Fat people and very old people. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. That's just the truth. No, obviously it can kill anybody and blah, 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 and we should protect, we should, the most vulnerable, but that's who it killed. That's what bugged me about it. Like, all of our medical profiles are unique. That's why I don't like one-size-fits-all diagnoses.
They were banning people off social media, shutting down anybody who brought it up. It was a
Of course.
weird time, and it still is weird. And there's, I don't know.
Buck Random is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media. Recently ranked number 20 on Inc. magazine's list of the fastest growing private companies in the Pacific region. Business owners and CMOs during these shaky economic
I could stop doing the nightly show, which currently it's typically the second biggest live stream news. It's the biggest live stream news podcast. But Steven Crowder is bigger than us. But he's comedy news. If we want to work all together, we're going to. And we both feel guilty about saying stop doing this show with a massive audience so that we can go and have, like, we're rich, we can go do whatever we want. We can just go skiing whenever we want. We can fly to South America and ski anytime of the year. We feel guilty about that. I think it's like we were afforded this luxury and comfort.
Oh, for fuck's sake, get over it. Just enjoy it. Christ, you could be the fucking in the
We're
hospital.
different.
You could be in the hospital with leukemia or some shit. You're
Probably.
you're lucky in some ways. You also worked for it, and this is your fate, and you have it. And trust me, you're not going anywhere. You can go through these permutations in your mind, but at the end of the day, something on your shoulder is going to say, you know what? Let's make hay while the sun shines, and then we can go skiing in South America. Because, like, you don't know how long it's going to last. Popularity. The more you get, the more you have in the bank. It's good. I mean, if you really skyrocket to ultimate sort of fame, people never forget you. I mean, look at Britney Spears. She hasn't put out a record in 20 years,
Don't let it go.
and people are still very interested. But
I think that's going away. Like looking at everything you have, and you're talking about the Mets and all this stuff. I think because of there's two phenomena that I think are going to break this. One is the decentralization of media through the internet, but also the lack of new
wait,
media.
break what?
Everybody wants to know what you think about things.
Good, thank you.
I don't, but it is true. I go to like some of these media reporting websites and entertainment websites, and it's not just that Trump did something; it's how you thought about it.
Oh, good.
It's you, Ann Coulter, and Joe Rogan almost always.
Interesting.
I don't know that we have that in 10 or 20 years. So I'll break it down entertainment-wise.
Really, you don't think there'll always be people who
Not like
other
this.
humans would?
Not the way you guys are. So you guys like 700,000-800,000 viewers per night, which is nothing compared to where Anderson Cooper was 20 years ago. It's decentralizing. It's changing. And So we have a big audience. People talk like, wow, you've got this really big show. And I'm like, yes, but there's 50 other shows now that are comparable.
And also, just to put it, okay, how many adults are there in America? About 280 million.
And
Right?
Gen Alpha's tiny.
Okay, but I'm just saying, of all the adults who could be doing something, if it's 280 million and 7 to 800,000 are doing something, yeah, that's compared to how many it could be. To your point,
Right.
you know, like,
Well,
I mean,
here's the other factor.
TV shows used to get like a share, which is like the percentage of there's a rating and a share.
Yeah.
One is like the percentage of people who are doing anything. They could be watching TV, masturbating, they could be playing tennis or ping pong, and the other is just a percentage of the people who are actually watching TV. So a share is a smaller number. Because again, it's only, I mean, it's among the people who could be doing anything. And like TV shows sometimes used to get like a 40 share. 40. Like 40% of the country who could have been doing anything were watching the Wild Wild West. I mean, that is, to your, again, this is your point. Like, it's just, it's so much more bifurcated now.
So I'll give you an example. I was at a bar, and I went to the jukebox and I put in Bohemian Rhapsody. And what happened? Everyone in the bar started singing. Lit 100%.
Everybody knows that one.
The next song that came on, I didn't even know what it was.
Shouldn't
It was
have
hip-hop
minded
R&B.
that without
Everybody
taking the
broke
scroll.
And so, back when we had very few radio stations and very few television channels, they had to be very selective about what they promoted, but they promoted to, you know, like you said, like 40 million people, who knows? So you had that time period. Now for us, I think that combined with the lack of new people. So Gen Alpha is about 40 million, and they're
Yeah, I
expecting that
did it.
if
Oops.
we
What
can,
age are we talking about?
this is 0 to, I think, 13 years old.
So the one coming up.
Yeah, so Gen Z just finished, or Gen Z finished a while ago. I think it was like 2010 or something.
No.
2012. I think Gen Z ended.
Gen Z just began.
Gen Z is like
Gen Z
97 to 2012, I think. Yeah, Gen Alpha is 2013 to 2025.
Oh, okay, right. So we're
Yeah.
going from when they're born.
Right.
Yeah, right. So we don't really count what they're thinking until they're
Right.
a teenager.
So
right.
Gen Alpha is 40 million.
Right.
It's
So,
expected to be between 40
so
to 40.
millennials ended at the end. They're like from 1980 to
1996, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 81 and 96. It depends on which chart you use.
Right.
But there were 80 million millennials, and there were, actually, no, sorry.
That's you.
Yeah, 72 million millennials right now, 69 million Gen Z, 40 million Gen Alpha. So, talking about share, if in 20 years we're looking at Gen Alpha and Gen Z, the dominant generations, there's substantially less of them to buy products, to buy tickets, to know who you are, and there's an increasing competition from decentralization of media. So I don't know how we end up with another Ann Coulter, Bill Maher, Joe Rogan personality, you know, and like the Bohemian Rhapsody song. If I go to anybody in my town where I grew up with, they all watched your show. It's liberal Chicago, and everybody would put on Real Time, and Jon Stewart and things like that. If I asked anybody who was on the Daily Show right now, they'd say, I don't know, Jon Stewart. I'd be like, one night a week, I think. And who are the other people? No idea. I think Jordan Klepper is one of them. Don't know the rest. To be fair, they have more than one host now, but I think everybody is choosing media that represents them, like you brought up earlier, and it's easier than ever to get into. Then there's going to be less people. You're talking about, you know, owning a piece of the Mets, and I'm like, you know, I might have a big show, but I don't think I'll ever be able to afford owning a piece of the Mets or anything like that.
Well, I doubt if they're going to sell it again. I mean, it was a rare thing. It doesn't happen often in sports when a team sells a chunk of themselves. The Mets were in very bad shape in 2010, and they sold 40% of the team to a select group of investors. That doesn't happen. Billionaires sell the whole thing to each other. You know, they don't sell little pieces of it. But the Mets were so fucked up. They were being sued by the Madoff survivors because
Wow.
they were the ownership of the Mets, and they were lovely people, but they were apparently very in with Bernie Madoff, and so they were, and again, this is the New York franchise. mean, when I got it, I was like, I can't believe that I got a piece of the Mets.
Are you allowed to say what?
We're the like hundreds of people richer than me.
Are you allowed to say like what was the value that they put on the Mets? Not what you.
Absolutely. It was so undervalued. At the time, it was 750 million.
Wow.
Again, these aren't the Royals, no offense, Kansas City. This is the Mets, but that's how much they were shit on at the time. And it just shows the sheep mentality. Like it got into people's heads. The Mets, there's a horrible toxic stink on them. Don't go near them. And I was like, oh, I'll go near them. Oh, I'll happily go near them. And again, I mean, when they sold, it was for like $2.5 billion. But even that's way underpriced now. I mean, the Celtics I think, just sold for $6 million. I mean, I said to myself, if there's one thing that always goes up, it's sports franchises. That's just a no loser. And then the pandemic came along and made it slightly more, still a winner, but like
Yeah.
it could have been so much of a bigger winner without the fucking pandemic. So you don't think I suffered?
Yeah.
We both suffered from the pandemic. You almost died. I lost money.
I don't know. I mean, I was sick, but with the age thing too. So I'm a skateboarder. I've been skateboarding my whole life.
I know you are.
Yeah, it's Tony Hawk's fault. He landed at 900, and every millennial had to get a skateboard.
Yeah.
Now there's no skateboards anymore.
Why?
No kids. Skateboarding. There's not enough. So there's 40 million Gen Alpha. To be fair, like it really is that skateboarders are. Let's say this I'm saying this in a punk rock kind of way. Degenerates. And so
Right.
when they found themselves in the late 2000s being millionaires, what did they do? They bought big houses, they partied, and now more than half of skateboarders are over the age of 30.
But that is the story of every generation as they get older.
But you need an industry. So like Hollywood, music and entertainment had an industry. Sure, the rock stars were nuts. The problem with skateboarding is the rock stars ran the business. So the four industries that made skateboarding big were also running the business, and here we are. And
That is amazing to me.
yeah,
That kids are not into it anymore.
scooting. You know what I think? There's so this is where we get into the terror
Now,
stuff.
there's none of that going down a flight of stairs
There is.
and wrecking your body on an unforgiving pavement.
Yeah, you should not get paid for it anymore.
You just
I
don't
think
get
the top earner in skateboarding off of the sport alone is like 400,000 for the year, and then it immediately curls down to the top 10, made about 100.
But you think a lot of that is just every new generation has to shit on what the previous generation did and not do anything but that.
Okay.
Well, maybe the older skateboarders think that skateboarding comes and goes in waves and there's nothing you can do about it, but I don't believe that's true. It's an Olympic sport. You're going to have China. Well, actually, let me put it this way. I believe tariffs. I'm sorry, not tariffs. Free trade is one of the principal culprits for the decline of skateboarding. And the proof of that is that in Japan and China, skateboarding's never been bigger. So one of the biggest skateboard brands, probably the biggest, the premier, it's called Barrett's, shut down in LA, and it shocked everybody. And they're reopening in Japan, where we offshored all of our jobs in manufacturing and the industry to China. Now Southeast Asia has a massive booming skate culture. They even have a reality TV show, which is it's like Ninja Warrior but for skateboards. In the United States, you got a bunch of 35-year-old men.
So how old do you think you'll be when you stop skateboarding?
Never.
Yeah, that's what I say about basketball. I mean, I always have. I mean, look at my finger. That's a basketball injury.
Wow.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, rebounding. You know, when the ball hits
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
it's
Jam.
fine. It'll get better. Yeah, jams.
That just happened?
Yeah, about a week ago.
Oh wow.
You know,
That's great.
it's great.
Yeah.
It's totally worth it. I played last night.
Oh yeah.
You know, I gotta I do now when I play, I make sure I do a good 40-minute stretch before. I mean, I don't get up and then, knee pads.
Yeah.
And then all the things the pros wear, shit on their ankles. You want all the support you can.
I gotta stretch now too.
What?
I gotta stretch now too.
Yeah, it's a, you know what? Trust me, bro. 40 is nothing. You're at a great point in your life. It's great to be 40. Look, you're killing it. That's really great. And these people who are like, early 30s. And it takes place, it's about like, some guys, he lives in the, like, on a kind of remotely, just out like in the exurbs of, I think it's North Carolina. And like all the college friends are coming over. And so there's a lot of reunioning kind of thing.
I'll be
we
back.
were hippies, it was great. And there's a scene where
I'll be back. I'll be back. Monster.
Colorado comes up to the house.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
And
I'll
he
be
goes back
back.
in the house, and his college friend's like, man, you were so nice to the pigs.
I'll be back.
And he's like, dude,
I'll be back.
It's not
I'll be
like we're in
back.
college. I'm dug in. I think that was his line.
I'll be back.
Like, I have a family. I want the cop to be
I'll be back.
all pigs anymore, okay? Grow the fuck up. And that's like the great conflict of the movie. Is like, are we still
I'll be
looking for all
back.
this ideology, some of which was good and some of which was stupid? Or are we just growing up?
I'll
And
be
you know what? That
back.
generation, who did they vote for in 1980? Ronald Reagan.
Reagan. But I hear from you, it sounds like a mix a little bit of the understanding growing up and being responsible, but also the,
I'll
do
be
your thing.
back. I'll be back. I'll be
Do you have a
back.
preference what the future of this country and world should be?
Preference?
Yeah.
With peace and prosperity and democracy.
I'll be
I feel
back.
like with politics, you're very in it, and there's a reason you, I, or anybody else wants to be involved in the goings on of the world is because
Right.
we want things to be done better or right.
Oh,
Correct.
monster.
Yeah.
Right.
So I
I'll be
wonder,
back.
when I say like things about being guilty, it's like if I have this platform that is influential, and I can, like you said, people will listen to me, and I can say, hey, like I think this is a good way
I'll
to
be
do things, and I
back.
can make the world that way. That's why I feel guilty of walking away from that opportunity.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
I mean, that's a great motivation. That's the best
I'll be
motivation.
back. I'll be back.
I never try to fool
I'll be
myself to
back.
think that what I'm doing is so noble that it's not
I'll
really
be back.
because it's doing
I'll
what
be
I
back.
want to do. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it. I'm so glad that it does things for other people. And if you ask me what is the great joy of my life, I would sum it
I'll
up
be
by saying,
back.
there's this thing
I'll be
that I
back.
can do.
I'll be back.
Enough people feel like
I'll
I'm
be
the only
back.
one who can kind of do that for them. I'm the only one who can kind of scratch that itch. You know what I mean? And every week, I'm like, they want me to do this thing for them.
I'll be
I love
back.
being able to give them that gift. Like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to interpret the
I'll be
news in a
back.
way that is just different than
I'll be back. I'll be back.
It does a thing for you, and I love that connection.
I'll be back.
And you appreciate it, and that really is that's the relationship of my life.
You're obviously an atheist,
Yes.
famously
Yes.
religionless. I saw it when you put it out,
Oh.
and
Thank you.
I know I was I was lapsed Catholic, briefly atheist. I'm not Christian. I don't like the word deist, but the future we're
I'll
seeing
be
this massive
back.
push towards Christianity, and like young people are
Yes.
adopting.
What do you make of that?
Well, one thing I think is true is that conservatives had more kids in the 2000s. I know a lot of people want to claim these ideological victories where they say like we've red pilled
Right.
people, and I've pointed this out for years. No, just in like 2003, there were a couple studies that came out saying that liberals were having less kids than conservatives. Well, 20 years later, what do you expect to see? There's going to be more conservative people than liberal people just because the parents had kids.
Right.
I do think also that one of the more interesting trends, however, is that among Gen Z, irrespective of that, there's been a rightward ideological shift among men, and I think this has to do with contemporary politics, movies, games, culture, etc.
And also men feeling that they were targeted unfairly. There is a lot of toxicity in being maleness. Some of that we can't control. Some of that is just how we're born. We were drawn that way. Boys are going to be more rambunctious in school. They're going to be harder to discipline.
Yeah.
They're going to have more excess energy. And we kind of we went like we do with everything, went overboard and made it seem sometimes like maleness itself was on trial. So it's not. What?
It was a race to the bottom of all these different cultural elements trying to one up what was wrong with masculinity.
Yeah, kind of. And it's not surprising that they would run to Trump.
Yep.
They would run to the guy. I mean, it's kind of like, why do cops vote for Trump? Well, the guy who's like out there saying they're not the enemy, and they're not. I mean, there are things that obviously should be criticized about the police too, which Trump would never do, because he's always all in on one way. But I can totally understand if you're a cop, you feel very misunderstood, and you are, and you understand that you do something that the society needs, and they don't seem very grateful about it.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so it's kind of similar to that.
People, man. I think this is Donut Operator. I could be wrong, so forgive me if I'm getting the guy wrong. But he was a cop, and I could be getting the guy wrong. But the thing that these cops deal with that people don't understand is they see these negative stories in the press all the time,